Szeretettel köszöntök minden kedves egybegy.
Warm welcome to all of you on behalf of the Holocaust Memorial. We're going to talk today about the deportations of Körös-Mező and the massacres of Kamenec-Podolski. First, I would like to ask Director Tamás Kovács to take the floor. Technical information, we have simultaneous Russian and English interpretation. You can get your headsets in the back of the room. And of course, there is also an opportunity to follow us on Facebook or YouTube. On YouTube channel, the English interpretation is also available. So a warm welcome again to all of you, and to Director Tamás Kovács. Please take the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, I'm very happy to have you here, and I'm a little bit sad, of course, because we are now remembering a series of events that took thousands of lives. We are going to talk about the series of events and how we got there. And at the same time, we are now participating at the first live event, not a virtual one, but a physical face-to-face one. But of course, I would like to also welcome all those people who are following us over the YouTube channel or on Facebook. I think we need to talk about these events. We need to process all the information. We should not forget that, and we should trace how Hungary, how our community got to the situation where thousands of people were deported, were expelled from the country, and later on all these innocent people were massacred. If you look at today's agenda, today's program, we have 10 speeches today, and try to digest something that cannot be digested, never will be. And of course, we put together all this in order to remember all the innocent victims. So I hope that we will be able to get reinforced in our hearts and in our souls at the end of the day. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you, Director, for your introductory speech. Next is György Szabó, the chair of the Public Foundation of the Jewish Heritage Hungary. He is actually in Israel because his grandson is being born, so he's there to attend that very important event, but he sent this video message. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, honored guests, I would like to welcome you on the 80th anniversary of the massacres of Kamenec-Podolski. 80 years ago, something happened in Hungary that brought back the memories of that actually is part of the Holocaust, and it's something that had a huge impact, inflicted a huge pain on the souls of the Jewish people in Hungary. We should remember those series of events. We have been doing that because over the recent years we have had several events to commemorate the victims, the innocent victims of the Holocaust. So today I think we are witnessing a very important conference. We are attending a very important conference when we are remembering the extreme behavior of people who terminated the lives of their fellow citizens. And I think it's very important to remember those events, and we should not allow that again. 80 years passed in silence, and no one remembers the innocent victims. We should not let that happen either. So I very much hope that this conference will contribute to the clear vision of on those events. This conference will shed light, even more light, on what happened back then, what events took place, so that we can remember and we can understand how people could witness in silence, the majority of the community could witness in silence what happened then. Thank you very much again, and I wish you a very successful conference. Thank you. Thank you, Chair György Szabó, for your video message. And now I'd like to start with the first section of our session of our conference, entitled "The Road That Led to the Massacres." Again, I would like to repeat the technical information for those who are following us online. You can choose from two options. First is to follow us on Facebook. That's Hungarian language streaming. And on the YouTube channel, you have the possibility to follow us in the English language. So our first speaker is Tamás Stark. Let me introduce him very briefly. He is the senior researcher of the History Institute. He received the PhD back in 1992. He's also the chair of the subcommittee on World War II, and his area is the forced migration of people until 1955. And his speech is entitled, his presentation is entitled The Foreigner Jewish Species, the issue of the Hungarian Jewish citizenship in the time trap, 1919-1941. Thank you very much for the brief introduction, and thank you very much for the opportunity that I was provided with to be here today. I'm looking at my watch here. I have a presentation of 20 minutes duration, but during my preparation I realized that my presentation is a lot longer than 20 minutes, but I will try to cut it short, and I would try very hard to be able to finish in 20 minutes. I don't have much time, of course, but I do think that there are things that need to be told here. There are two quotes here, and there's also a little story I would like to share with you today. And I think this is a very good start for my presentation, not only because they are strongly connected to my presentation, but I think we can also set the atmosphere if we listen to these quotes and the story. First quote is from Jenő Rejtő, The Cursed Shore, written in 1940 in the Hungarian language. And the quotation, or the quote, goes like this in chapter 2. It's about Alphonse the Nobody. He has been expelled from all countries of the world, so he could absolutely be in secret present on the globe, mainly during the night. Danish, Spanish people tried to guess who he was actually, but he said he was born in a canoe not far from Colombo, and each and every state refused to enter him in the birth registry. Finally, he was registered in one of the states which later disappeared from the map, so he should be expelled to another planet. So this was written in 1940, and I have another quotation, a literary quotation, from Shalom Acht, published in Új Kelet, The New East, on May 6th, 1939. Here in Hungary, it's very fine print, so I need to get my glasses. So this happens on the border with France. This is Jewish refugee on the French border. On the border station, in the room, one of the corners, he's there, a small, black-bearded, scared Jewish person. He was summoned to show his documents, and he somehow grabbed from his pocket some documents and papers, and he sort of excused himself in front of the authorities and said, with a pale smile, "Well, this is a passport, but I'm ashamed to show you people." And he was right, because this was quite a unique thing. It was issued before the World War and witnessed that Mordecai Mordekowicz was born in Poland, and he was expelled from the territory occupied. He was transported to a mining area from that area of Poland which was occupied by the Germans during World War I. And of course there were lots of dates and lots of stamps and lots of signatures from the Polish consulate. This is not valid to return to Poland. That was the official mention there. And on the passport you could see all refusals from all countries that expelled Mordecai Mordekowicz from all states. All states stamped that passport. All authorities from all states of the world and from all consulates and all embassies where Mordecai showed up to ask permission to enter the country. And there were also 2 red crosses there stating that the passport was irrevocably deemed void and invalid. And then the French border guard asked, "All right, but what nationality are you after all?" Well, maybe you are able to answer that question yourselves. This was Mordecai's reply. This was the second quote. And of course I could go on with quotes and stories like this, all trying to reflect, trying to tell the story of hundreds of thousands of countryless, stateless Jewish people, not only during the World War II, but also starting from World War I. These foreign Jews, or Jews of foreign species, this was kind of denomination used to describe the Jews. You can see who they actually were. These circles show you, and in the middle, those are the ones which arrived to Hungary after 1914. They are the refugees after World War I. Tens of thousands of people. The majority of them left Hungary after 1916 and went on to Czechia, went on to Austria, and ended up in refugee camps. The second circle there includes those who were not born in Hungary, but they settled in Hungary and settled before 1914. And the outer circle shows you basically each and every Hungarian Jew whose predecessors were born in Galicia, in Poland. And no one actually gave an accurate definition who these strange Jewish species, these strange species were, or unwanted Jews were. They used the Galician Jews. This was a label. This was the term coined to be used for those masses of people who were born as Jews outside of Hungary. And of course there was a myth of this immigration into Hungary, or emigration into Hungary, which laid the foundation of the Hungarian nationalism and chauvinism and anti-Semitism. So what happened actually? These Eastern Jews from Galicia arrived to Hungary. They would not want to get assimilated, but they also blocked the assimilation of those Jews who have been, or had been at that time, for hundreds of years in Hungary, or had lived in Hungary for several years then. And let me just show you how the whole thing actually started. This is a cartoon. I cannot really see the caption, but the basic thing to know about this is that we can get rid of the Russian troops, but we just cannot handle all these refugees these Jews arriving from Galicia. The next cartoon, I think that was also published in 1917. This is how the refugees from Galicia arrived to Hungary. And this is when they are expelled from the country. And this is a cartoon dated summer 1918. And this is just an instruction what to do with the refugees coming from Galicia. But of course, not only cartoons were published, not only articles were published against these refugees, but in the parliament, actually, in the Hungarian parliament, there were lots of interpellations starting in 1917 against the new settlers. Those interpellations then continued, those speeches continued with raids starting in summer 1918 to capture and to expel these refugees. And of course, officially it was announced that these are the new refugees, but actually that raid and that campaign was extended to include every Jew, even those who had their ancestors arrived tens or even hundreds of years before to Hungary. And this issue had always been there to deport these Jews. Some politicians are very adamant, very loud to talk about this issue. November 13th, 1919, a big assembly was gathered. The Awakening Hungary was the association that organized that big assembly, but not only the Vigadó, the Odeon at that time in Budapest and in Pest was packed with people, but also the neighboring streets were filled with people. And the main message was there that all these Jews have to be expelled, and if that's not possible, then the Hungarian Jews should be distributed in all European countries so that an even ratio of Jews, of Hungarian Jews, end up in all these states.
Kiutasítás.
And then the number was reduced. Ottokar Prohaska, who was kind of a spiritual father of the system, in 1920 in the lower house, he raises the idea, the deportation of Jews to Palestine. And let me mention one quote from the speech of István Hambor, who was the Ministry of Interior back at the time, István Friedrich, and he in the parliament said the following on the 16th of January 1920. I'm trying to read this. So one of the first acts to be done is to free the country from this internal bug. We should free Hungary of the Galicians, of these people. So these speeches, these quotations clearly reflect that the political elite made a distribution between the Jewish people, that there is the good Jews and there is the bad Jews, so-called the Galician Jews. Kuno Klebasev himself said, used these terms actually, and this, with regards to these distinctions, I could give you various quotes from Pál Teleki, from Horthy, or from many other figures who were important of the era. So from autumn 1918 up until the beginning of 1920, there wasn't a single government that passed a law aimed at handling the Jewish issue. So the Huszár government, the Simonyi Shemadam government, Bethlen government also passed laws in relation to the so-called Jewish issue. So this is the list of the governmental decrees. The first 4 decrees are connected to this in the sense that these stipulates actually, these are about, the list should be made about the Jewish people, the people who came to the country after 1914. The word Jewish is never said, but at the same time it says that those can be expelled who came before 1940 and the presence of which are economically or politically unbeneficial. And it further stipulates some other characteristics of these people who were responsible for the creation of the previous political system, etc., etc. So it was quite obvious against which people these laws were made. And if you look at the contemporary articles, these are about riots in Budapest and Király Street and also in Teleki Square. And there's a ministerial decree from the Ministry of Interior in 1920, on the 15th of September, at one of the meetings. Gyula Ferdinand, the Minister of Interior, says that every Jew should be expelled from the country who do not have Hungarian citizenship. And he also says that this would be beneficial economically and politically as well. Politically, because these citizenless citizens are communists, and it would be politically and economically because we would because Hungary would have more food. And Ferdinand says that there is approximately 80,000 people, Jewish people, who should be sent out of the country. And at the council meeting, a ministry council meeting, it says that this shouldn't be made so directly, so that the great powers, because the great powers will object. And so all it says in the ministerial decree that foreign Jewish people should be expelled. So this is the very first decree where the Jewish term is used. And Ferdinand himself says that not just people coming after 1914, but people from Galicia should be sent out of the country as well. Pál Teleki, head of the Teleki government, says that 40 to 50,000 foreign Jews should be sent out of the country. Actually, this ministerial decree is not executed, or at least not in such quantities. A few thousand Jews, so-called foreign Jews, are sent to the Pilis Csaba internment camp. In 1922, there's another ministerial decree came out, again emphasizing the significance of making a list about Jewish people coming to the country in 1914, and that these people should come to the polis so that they would be checked. All in all, it is not, this ministerial decree is not executed. So the conclusion is that these immigration related resolutions are partially executed for various reasons. One of the reasons is that there's simple as that. After 1940, there is no tens of thousands of Galician people, Jewish people in Hungary. And number one. Number two is that the public administration of the country does not really want to carry out, to execute this decree. Number three is that there's objections from abroad, especially the German diplomacy emphasizes their objections. So they say that in case Jewish people are interned, they will start the internment of Hungarian people living in Germany. Same thing happens with Jewish Joint Distribution Committee and the United States of America. And there's another reason as well why these decrees cannot be executed in the form they wanted, because there is no place to send them to, because Poland would be destination number one, but Poland does not accept Jewish people from Hungary, only in limited numbers. So practically the number of people, Jewish people who they received was 6,000, and they were received only because they managed to prove that they have some sort of ties with Poland. But the interned Jewish people who wanted to leave the internment camp, they had two options. One option was that they would require a passport from the Polish consulate, but not to Poland, but to Palestina. And the next question is whether it is worth anything at all or not. And another option, that there is the Ukrainian diplomacy in Budapest, and the passport allowed the Jewish people to travel to Czechoslovakia. So they went to Czechoslovakia, but they didn't manage to go to another country. Why is this important? I've got another 5 minutes. So why is this citizenship issue so important? So the winning powers didn't want hundreds of thousands of people to be homeless after World War I, and for this reason the peace treaties and the minority treaties include things like every single citizen will automatically receive the citizenship of the country where they reside. And this is the basic principle that applied. So this is the principle that is applied in the case of Hungary, Poland, Czechoslovakia, etc. But in practice, it doesn't work. So if you look at the Trianon Treaty, so for example, that the treaty says that every Hungarian citizen must be, every Hungarian person residing in Hungarian soil, on Hungarian soil, must be granted with Hungarian citizenship. But the Saint-Germain peace treaty made with Austria says, and another minority treaty, so practically those are also important laws, and actually the authorities must look at the ties, the residence, and the place of where the taxes are paid. And it was, in many cases, it was very hard to define, to find out who resides where. So my conclusion was that sometimes it took years, who resides where, who resides in Hungary, for example. So practically the Hungarian authorities consider Hungarian citizens those who are given a document issued by the Ministry of Interior. And this is the mindset, actually. This is what applied, and this practice is supported by a ministerial decree issued in 1930, according to which an earlier citizenship law must be considered. That says that you are a Hungarian citizen if your parents are Hungarian citizens, and if you can prove that you've got Hungarian predecessors who paid taxes previously in Hungary. So practically, in theory, it was pretty easy to be granted with Hungarian citizenship, but also the Hungarian race was considered. So for Jews, it was not valid, it was not applicable. the first paper of Hungarian administration in 1940 clearly says that the Jewish people, practically everyone, needs to prove the Hungarian origin. And that was kind of impossible in the case of these Jewish people. And they had to prove that the grandparents married, but in the case of Hasi Jews, quite often such document was not released. Only a contract was made which was not accepted by the Hungarian authorities. Or, for example, a tax document, a tax certificate was required, but very strict regulations had to be applied. So considering all these conditions, especially the so-called Eastern Jews couldn't meet these requirements. Those who lived in northern Transylvania, in Ruthenia. Is my time up? Yes, my time is up. Perhaps during the discussion I will have a chance to refer to other cases, other examples during which discrimination was applied, also in Romania and in Czechoslovakia and in Ruthenia. It's important to highlight because back then, in the times when either Ruthenia or the uplands, current Slovakia, was connected, and northern Transylvania was connected back to Hungary, practically back at the times, the Jews they didn't have Czechoslovakian citizenship or Romanian citizenship, as a result of which Hungarian citizenship was not granted to them. At the same time, they were unable to prove that they were Hungarian citizens. So all in all, the Ministry of Interior managed to create as many countryless Jews as they wanted. Practically, this was the fundamental of the road leading to the massacres. Thank you so much. Thank you, Tamás Tark, for the presentation, and thank you so much for respecting time constraints. And I motivate the rest of the speakers to follow suit. Tamás Kovács doctor, director of the Holocaust Memorial Center. He was the colleague of the Hungarian Archives in 2008, and actually he is he's been a professor of the University of Public Administration. His expertise include public administration in Hungary during the Horthy era. He is a demanded speaker of conferences. Please welcome Dr. Tamás Kovács. Thank you so much for the kind words. This is very close to personal cult. Again, warmest welcome to all participants, either offline or online. The title of my presentation is The Grey Eminence, the National Central Authority for Controlling Foreigners. What I'm going to cover is this. During World War II, prior to World War II, during the Horthy era, how they related themselves to foreigners. Okay, so the projection is on. At the same time, you cannot see pretty much anything. So as for the background, and at the same time, I would like to continue what has been covered by Tamás. So who we consider a Hungarian citizen, and the next issue is who we do not consider a Hungarian citizen and who we consider a foreigner, and that was a complex issue back then. I don't want to go into the legal details, but the point I want to make here is that during the Austrian-Hungarian monarch, there was Austrian citizenship and there was Hungarian citizenship, but there was no Austro-Hungarian citizenship. So this is one important background, this is one important motive. The US Immigration Office wanted to know that those who come to the United States, where are they from? And when Hungarian laws put together the citizenship law Tamás referred to which Tamás referred so many times, so let's confess that that's not an easy law. So the next question is, if you are not a Hungarian citizen, then you're a foreigner. Then who is the foreigner? How should we relate ourselves to foreigners? And the most interesting question is that during World War I, what was the common practice during World War I? Who is a foreigner? If you are suspicious, then you're a foreigner. And it was a very important aspect when the Hungarian citizenship was granted. In 1914, this is one of my favorite stories, in the police, an instruction was, the police officers were given instructions that the suspicious people should be collected. And I think it was either in Novi Sad or in Subotica, they managed to find one Japanese aerialist. Okay, that's another issue. What is the chance for, in the case of this person, to be a Japanese spy? But the point I want to make that it was often pretty much up to the administrator, the public administrator, when the decision had to be made. This was the relation to Hungarian citizens and to foreigners. And I would like to nail down that I don't want to, neither French nor the Germans and the Polish, no one liked the foreigners at the time. Just think of the events in Russia at the time. Many Russian people fled from the country and no one wanted to accept them. A very significant Russian colony was created in Shanghai, China. And actually, I would like to draw a parallel with the Jewish community. They were not welcome anywhere. And if you take a look at Hungary, so who dealt with the foreigners within the public administration?
It's just enough to think of how citizenship could have been achieved. So the police, of course, dealt with foreigners. And let me just mention here that when in 1919 the Ministry of Internal Affairs is restructured, then one of the first departments that's organized, it's a department dealing with foreigners. So who's a foreigner? So this is a very important issue. It was a very important issue back then. One of the first departments to be organized was meant to be dealing with the foreigners. And again, who, for instance in Szeged, who is a foreigner? Well, anyone who has not been born in Szeged. Anyone coming from Western Hungary, for instance, they are regarded as foreigners. So even the very meaning of the word foreigner has changed over the course of the time. So who else was dealing with foreigners or is dealing then with foreigners? Well, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, of course, very intensely focused on not only on foreigners but also on Hungarians living outside of Hungary. Again, the very difficult issue of citizenship after World War I. Who is a Hungarian citizen? If I want to make you a Hungarian citizen, I will make it. I will make you a Hungarian citizen. If I don't want you to become, then I will not make you a Hungarian citizen. So it was a very flexibly implemented law. And of course, the army, the military, is also dealing with foreigners. The defense department, the counter spy, or the counterintelligence rather department. Why? I could go on for several minutes explaining why, but the short answer is that after 1919 1918, 1920. Mr. Stark also referenced this age. There was a debate between the Ministry of Interior and the military on whether or as to who is responsible to provide security for the nation. So who is foreigner? Who is a foreigner? The foreigner is someone who is a communist, which equals Jew. So therefore the military wanted to play an important role in controlling foreigners. So if we put all this together, then the conclusion is that we have several authorities or several agencies back then in Hungary who wanted to and actually dealt with foreigners. So this is the KOKH, the department dedicated to deal with foreigners, refugees, and similar people. This was created in 1930. Amon Pastoi was a second or third liner expert of public administration in Hungary. Many things depended on him, of course, and in August 1941, it was called the Department C of the Ministry of Interior, but it was a top priority department. It was under the direct supervision of the minister, so it was the minister had direct control over what was going on at that department. And the head of the department basically was able to make decisions right in the hierarchy below or instead or on behalf of the ministers. So that was again a very high-ranking officer, the head of the department. So it was only a department, this KIOK, but it was a key top priority department, which is demonstrated by the fact that Amon Pastoi, who created the department, became also the head of Department 7, which later on was created to control the KIOK. So he was promoted during his or in his career. It was seated, this KIOK, in Budapest, but there were several offices across Hungary, very close to the border, and there were top-ranking officers heading those regional offices, which were usually overlapping as location with the offices of the police or the police headquarters or the gendarmerie at that time. So we have a very nice definition. I'm not gonna read out from that part of the law, but what was actually the department doing is that they were monitoring, supervising foreigners living in Hungary. What does that mean? Or what did that mean? KIOK had this central or instruction coming from the headquarters, who is the group that need to be supervised. The pan-Slavic or pan-Germanic groups. The activists were beaten up by the Hungarian police officers, and when the international outrage was there and they asked the question why those people got beaten up, the formal, very nice official answer was that, well, the Hungarian police beats up everyone, not only people of Slavic origin. So if I get the citizenship, I'm Hungarian, then I will get out from the registry of KIOK, and if I don't get the citizenship, then I'm going to be supervised and monitored, and I'm going to be registered with KIOK, even though I am a Hungarian national or I'm Hungarian, ethnic Hungarian. And several raids were conducted by the KIOK. This was not a mandatory thing to do, but each raid ended with a report listing how many Jews were stopped and were identified. So no Slovaks, no Serbs were reported, but Jews were reported in each and every raid report. So this shows that the anti-Semitism that was around in the top public administration by the 1930s somehow filtered down to the lower levels of public administration, even down to the police forces. And of course, the outbreak of World War II changed how KIOK operated. And do not forget, please, that the second half or the first half of the 20th century is packed with similar events. Right? Russia, I mentioned that. Germany, the same thing. If you read remarks in the shadow of the arch, then you remember what happened in Germany and how many people had to flee the country in Germany in the first half of the 20th century. And if you think of the Austro-Hungarian monarchy, we were the same country, and after the split, of course, the Austrian Jews had the alternative to flee Austria and to get to Hungary if they had any predecessors of Hungarian origin. But still, in Hungary, the same laws, anti-Jew laws applied. And then Poland, lots of refugees fleeing the country. We also mention, of course, the Polish-Hungarian, Hungarian-Polish traditional friendship. Of course, we welcomed the Polish refugees. But of course, it was the inspection of the physical appearance of the Polish refugees that was done in order to establish whether that person was Jew or not Jew. And of course, I leave it to your imagination to think of which organ or which body part was examined to be able by the police to establish that origin. But and of course, it was not the case of the ladies. But anyway. Of course, these Polish refugees were welcome, but then when they were separated from other Polish refugees because, yeah, they are Polish, but still they are different Poles. And of course, French and Italian Jews arrived and crossed the continent and arrived to Hungary. And again, getting back to the Hungarian reality, why doctors liked the refugees? Because there was an earmarked budget. So to examine the refugees, Polish refugees specifically. We do not know what the case was with the other refugees, but with the Polish refugees we know for sure that there was an earmarked budget set aside for the doctors to examine these refugees. Now the issue, the debate, who is going to have the higher responsibility in securing the country, who is going to provide for the national security, whether it was the military or the Ministry of Interior. Again, this was always there. It was a political issue, how to deal with the refugees. And of course, we liked some refugees and we didn't like that much some other refugees. We liked Polish refugees. They were educated, they were qualified in certain jobs, but we did not like some other kinds of refugees, like Jews, who had to hide and they had to flee the country, and they left for Czechoslovakia or back to Poland. So there has always been, or there had always been this filtration or monitoring of or separating the refugees in two camps at least, one that were liked and the other one that were at least not liked, if not persecuted. And of course there were lots of people of Jewish origin who arrived to Hungary, and those people were not liked not only by the public administration or by the Ministry of Interior or by the military, but even ordinary people did not like them. It was a very mixed picture. Some people or some communities accepted them more, some communities accepted them less, and some communities did not accept them at all. And there was also a political thinking, saying that, well, okay, we should hand these over to foreign countries because these are Anglo-Saxon, English-American. It could be English-American spies, these Jews, and they should be handed over to Germany. So there were lots of controversies, and of course, people in the public administration who actually at the same time were police officers. They knew the law, but they were not accepted from the thinking of those times. They did not regard Jews as people who are worthwhile being accepted in the country or being accommodated in Hungary. And after 1940, 1941, there was a very important debate between military and the police, whether the refugees are indeed refugees, are they going to be loyal or not, is it worthwhile accepting them or welcoming to the country or not. And there were, of course, lots of parts of the former Hungary that were that got back to Hungary after 1941, and that was a very serious question whether those people actually were loyal or not to Hungary. And of course, the worst case scenario was applied to all these refugees and to all these people, non-Hungarian people or even Hungarian people with a different ethnic origin that came from those parts of the former Hungary. All right, thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Tomasz Kovács, for your presentation. Our next speaker is Adam Gellért, historian, the co-director of the Institute, and here he's going to speak about the legal aspects of the deportations of 1941. The co-director of CLIO Institute. A great honor, ladies and gentlemen, to be here. Just before starting, of course, we have all followed the previous two presentations. Let me just share these thoughts with you so that I make myself very clear. There were, in this period of time, there were about 20,000 people who were deported from Hungary and from the areas that were that got back to Hungary. And my point of view is that these are not stateless people, because they either had Hungarian citizenship or had another state's citizenship, and they were expelled, they were deported in the summer of 1941, and probably the vast majority of those people were or had Hungarian citizenship. What are my topics here? First, what was legal expulsion back then? So what were the criteria to expel a person? What was the legal basis that actually what the legal foundation of moving people across the border? Second, I'm going to talk about the Kiak orders. Who were deported from where? What were the differences? What was the knowledge of people? And I'm going to talk about the citizenship rules and, of course, the very anti-Semitic practice which was implemented by the public administration. There are lots of pieces of law here, but one thing is very important. The vast majority of the legislation that was decreed during the Austro-Hungarian monarchy became part of the Hungarian legislation. So all those people who represented a threat to national security, to national interest, and served foreign interest could have been expelled. Of course, as you can see, this is a very flexible definition, and there was a possibility of legal remedy, and an appeal could have been lodged with the Supreme Court, and if a final decision was made, then a expulsion note was written, which was used to move the person across the border. And of course it was the police inspectorate, or it was the local mayor's office, or it was the Ministry of Interior who could issue such a notice. But of course there was, as I said, legal remedy, suspension, 15, 30, 16, 90 days suspension. So the final decision could have been suspended. And of course a revision from the Ministry of Interior could have been requested. So it seems like a state of law was in place in this matter, for one exception. There is no legal remedy in terms of having a court decision or appeal that could have been a claim that could have been submitted to the court of law. This was the situation in Hungary. And in contrast, in Romania, for instance, between 1939 to 1941, there was a remedy via the court of law against this expulsion. And of course, what actually happened, how the ministry, the Council of Ministers worked during that time. And of course, I have to tell that it's not only my topic, it's my father who is there. In the audience, we co-author this paper in which we show that even the Council of Ministers issued a decree which actually did not mention at all this kind of approach, but these words are said to have been said by Bardosi, that the Galicianer, people from Galicia, should be deported to the occupied territories after declaring war on Russia. And this is the Bardosi case. There is a report, one page or 1.5 page, and basically none of the other things are mentioned there, but Bardosi very much hoped that Keresztesi Fischer would not cross that line of legality, and only those people would be expelled on the name of who an expulsion notice was issued as a result of a final expulsion decision. But one thing is very important, no one really objected this kind of decree. And this is, I think, an explanation why the series of events unfolded as they unfolded. Because it was the ministry who was actually, the Ministry of Interior, who was actually in charge of implementing this deportation.
Az elsőfokú rendőrhatóságnak.
So this decision is sent out to all the police departments, and actually you cannot handle these acts in a unanimous manner. So there is certain differences geographically. There's the instruction of the Ministry of Interior, according to which theoretically these deportations are taking place on the territory of the Trianon Hungary. So the Jewish communities are informed informally about these decisions. The first decree said that in accordance with the law, wherever there is a legally binding notice, these decisions had to be enforced. So there was the list of the names of the people. Attila Simonfalvi actually was about to deport these people fully in accordance with the state of law. Now, just think about what those people thinking who were about to enforce these decisions. Now, the order number 2 said that the majority of the people coming from Galicia should be removed, so irrespective of whether they have, whether there is a legally binding notice against them or not. So the police departments are informed that whoever is unwilling to do in accordance with act in accordance with these instructions, then they should, then even the Polish immigrants should be sent out. So throughout days and days in Ruthenia, in villages, people are informed that 50 to 60% of the people will be deported. The gendarmerie will come and will be sent across the border. And then on the 30th of July, another decree is adopted. And here it says that the foreign Jews, so not the Polish immigrants, not the Russian immigrants, not the white Russians, not the Germans, etc., but the foreign Jews must be acted upon. And again, deportation decree is extended on to those who do not have a residence permit, and even some other people who they wanted to remove, and practically things were speeding up, and they wanted to remove these people across the border. And there's hardly a single person who was deported. Mainly, what happened most of the time, that there wasn't a legal binding notice against these people, but Nándor Batisfalvi, a person, a representative of Kiok, had to persuade people that feel free to go, because in the occupied area there will be houses and lands available for you, and you will be able to start a new life over there. And this information got to Jewish communities very quickly, and day after day, hour after hour, So at the end of the day, people were deported even if they had Hungarian citizenship. So day after day, telegraphs came to Jewish communities who would be deported. Neither Russians, neither Galicianers, and most of the places, or it said villages were deported. The deadlines, ridiculous deadlines were made. For example, like they had 4 to 5 to 6 days to leave, and they will, and actually, these people were sent out to Körösmező, and a week after they were put across the border. So the Jewish communities did all they could to appeal against the deportations, and they said that it's going to put a very dark shadow onto the 1,000-year-old Christian state, and that they are going to inform everyone internationally, etc., etc. And as I said, in Ruthenia, that's a different kettle of fish. In Máramaros County, where the military had a very strong presence, they were given instructions like they should remove they should cut the rate of Jewish people in certain villages. So practically they call in people from one day to the other, and as a first station these requests had to be submitted, and then all their documents are removed, and then they were asked, we don't have documents, we don't have any documents, and without any formal decision they were put into carriages and transported to Körösmező. So I think you got a sense of what happened there. No law, no formal, all excuses were made to remove these people. And I saw a very strong parallel between 41 and 44, because in 41 every legal procedure was set aside, and practically they became active in doing everything unlawful, which happened also in 1944. So in accordance with the law of public administration back at the time, they could have objected. So one of the articles said, where is it going to end? It did end at a certain point, because the Germans said that they didn't want to receive any more Jews over there across the border, and they made a decision to solve the problem by shooting these people into a mass grave. So Nándor Batisfalvi, the nice person, how humane he was when he made his visit. So previously I showed you that law was not respected, and then the Ministry of Interior sent him a formal notice according to which he should not do anything about. He should just let these people he should just let the authorities to do their job and transport them across the border. So the question is, who should be considered a Hungarian citizen, and what was the legal practice back then? One of the laws says that there is a sort of a reverse in accordance with the law, people had to prove the opposite of what had to be proved, and as a result they were considered foreigners as long as they couldn't prove otherwise. So this was the common practice, and this was what happened during the 20s and the 30s, and this was included in the legal archives, and at the same time some other ministerial decrees and orders were released and published, in which the accessibility to Hungarian citizenship was reduced. So if I ask you the question, do you have a document with which you can prove Hungarian citizenship? Perhaps you wouldn't have a document like this. So practically, if you were asked to prove your Hungarian citizenship, your ID would not do, because your ID just states that you're a Hungarian citizenship, but it doesn't prove your Hungarian citizenship. So if some discriminative decisions are made against groups of people, then even then it would be very hard for you to prove your Hungarian citizenship. So let's take a look at the main area in Ruthenia. I don't want to go into details, I just want to focus on the geographical region. So due to the minority stipulations of the Trianon Treaty, everyone was granted Hungarian citizenship unless they couldn't prove that they were Hungarian citizens. So it was very hard for Jewish people to prove their Hungarian citizenship. And as a result of the Second Jewish Act, it said that this rule does not apply to Jewish people. So this was the granting of Hungarian citizenship was made even harder for Jews, for Hungarian Jews. So why was this? Because they wanted to exclude the so-called Galicianers, which was kind of a vague term for those people who immigrated to Hungary. So there was a very high interest, and we were in the last hours, and they were in the last hours, and they wanted to transport these people to across the border. And Teleki envisaged that they would never go beyond the law, whatever was considered to be lawful. So this was a very interesting and important quote, and they actually always did manage to go beyond the state of law. This is a quote of from the memoir of Shamu Stern. Actually, this person immigrated to Hungary during the 1850s. He became a Hungarian citizen, and it is quite often a reference point. And as a last remark, there's a few minutes left for me, so in law, but also in practice, there was discrimination. There was institutional discrimination. It was unknown. These internal mails were circulated among public authorities, in which they tried to make sure that people of Jewish origin can have access to certain issues, to certain services, public services. Obviously, the wider public didn't know much about it, as a result of which it was very hard for people to get the appropriate documents. So they had to submit everything, all the documents, to the relevant authorities, and at the end of the day, they didn't have any documents left. All they received was just a little piece of paper in which it said that, okay, all these documents were submitted. And when the riot came, whatever they had, what they had in their hands was just a little piece of paper proving that they had documents, but those documents were submitted because they had to prove their Hungarian certain things in order to be granted with Hungarian citizenship. To be honest, yes, my time is up. What I would like to give you as a conclusion is to give you a guide. Reference is that in the publication, in the October publication of ABC History, there is going to be discussion about this issue. And in the article I'm going to reveal practically the same thing. not just morally, those events are unacceptable, and at the same time they were discriminative, unlawful, even in terms of even considering the law of the period. So they didn't adhere to their own discriminative laws. These people were deported even back then. No people were held accountable. People, representatives of the Kiok, were held accountable. And when these people were executed, when the news came that these people were executed, and their documents were being submitted in the Ministry of Interior, and all the names are sent into the Kiok, and the names of these people are crossed out, and obviously they were not granted Hungarian citizenship. So this was a very simple solution that they made. Thank you so much for your attention.
Nagyon szépen köszönjük Gellért Ádámnak az előadását. Az első szekció...
Thank you very much, Mr. Gellért, and the last presentation of this section. And let me tell you right now that after this presentation we will have a Q&A session before the coffee break, so jot down your questions and remarks. So the last speaker of this section is historian researcher Attila Guido. He is also head of department and the Minority Research Institute in Kolozsvár, Cluj, Romania. And he published a series of articles on the history of Jews in Transylvania, relations with Zionism and Holocaust. So his presentation is entitled The North Transylvanian Aspects of the Kamenets-Podolsky Massacres. Mr. Guido, you have the floor. I have divided my presentation in two parts. The first, I will be speaking about Jews in Transylvania during the period between the two world wars. I'm gonna talk more on their citizenship, and in the second part I'm going to talk about the northern part of Transylvania, which returned to Hungary after 1941. And again, I'm going to be highlighting issues related to citizenship and related to deportations and the expulsion and massacre of Kamenets-Podolsky. So let me start my presentation by showing this demographic data on Jews in Transylvania between the two world wars. It's important to know what that community looked like. So while Transylvania belonged to Hungary, there were 180,000 Jewish people. The Romanian census in 1930 registered a bit more than that. And in that census, there was a question on nationality. And about 170,000, around 170,000 people in Transylvania declared themselves to be Jew. And of course, there are reasons why these figures are as such, but that's a totally different topic. So I'm not going to enter into any details on that, but you have to know that the Romanian census dated 1930 distorts the image or the picture, because actually there were lots of people of Jewish origin who had, well, so to speak, Hungarian identity besides their Jewish origin, or in addition to their Jewish origin. As regards religion or state religion, or Jewish religion, Orthodox was the majority, but there were some Neolog Jews, a few communities in the middle, southern and southwestern part of Transylvania. So the northern and eastern and northeastern part, the vast majority of the communities were Orthodox Jews. The most important cities were Oradea, Nagyvárad, and in 1930, for instance, there were 14,000 Jews in Nagyvárad, Kolozsvár, Máramarossziget, Szatmárnémeti. So these are all, if you look at the map, cities which are on the border with the current Hungary. So these regions, these cities, all returned after 1941 to Hungary. But again, as I mentioned, all these people with Jewish origins, Jews, actually had very strong connections, even with the Hungarian community. Even they had Hungarian identity. If you look at the mother tongue of those people, over 70% of those Jews had Hungarian as their mother tongue. So the first language, their first language, was Hungarian. Let me show you here a map. If I can have it up here, these are the religious communities. You can see here, those in black are the Orthodox communities, the reds are the Neologs, and the blue ones are that's the status quo ante, and Sephardic is with green. On your left-hand side on Temesvár. And those regions which return to Hungary after 1940, and that part of eastern, or rather western Transylvania or northwestern Transylvania, all returned to Hungary, and there were two more actually main communities in Kolozsvár and Oradea, that Neolog communities that returned to Hungary. Now let's take a look at the issue of citizenship between the two world wars in the Greater Romania at that time. It's very important to stress out here that in the 19th and the beginning of the 20th century, until the Romanian Jews obtained Romanian citizenship, the Jews were regarded as foreigners in Romania. That's important to note here. And only after the new Romanian constitution was adopted in 1923, the Romanian Jews were declared equal. And of course, there is historic explanation if you would like to compare with the Romania with the Hungarian kingdom or with the Austro-Hungarian monarchy. For instance, there is a huge shift or delay rather in time. 1866, for instance, the Romanian constitution talks only about Christian people who can obtain citizenship, and all the others who are non-Christian are declared foreigners. And even afterwards, there's a huge debate whether Jewish people should or should not receive Romanian citizenship. That would be decided on a case-by-case basis, if at all non-Christians are granted Romanian citizenship. And in contrast, in Hungary, the laws are much more permissive in the middle of or around the middle of the 19th century. And in 1923, as I mentioned, the new Romanian constitution, Article 133, grants equality of Jews with other citizens. And at that time, Transylvania was already part of, after World War I, was part of Romania. And those Transylvanian Jews are recognized as Romanian citizens who, at the time of signing the minority agreement, had permanent residence in Transylvania. So that's kind of fortunate situation for the Jews in Transylvania, because they had a permanent residence, they were granted Romanian citizenship. 1924, that's 1 year after the new Romanian constitution was adopted, and this is the time when a law was passed which was called the law on obtaining and losing Romanian citizenship. And this law, or by this law, the Romanian state aimed at, as much as possible, to show or to demonstrate about most Jews possible that they are foreigners and they should be and they should lose Romanian citizenship. And again, this law defines who counts as Romanian citizens. And I'm talking about Transylvania. Only those people are recognized with Romanian citizenship who, before December 1st, 1918, this is the National Assembly, the date of the National Assembly at Gyulafehérvár, where the Romanian so-called unity was declared and Transylvania became part of historic Romania. So only those people are recognized as having Romanian citizenship who, before December 1st, 1918, had a permanent residence, which even more narrows down the previous law, because this means that in a city or in a town or a village, basically the permanent residence meant that they were also taxpayers in that given city, town, or village. And also at that time, registry was made on all those people who were Jew, and as an error or because of negligence, lots of people of Jewish origin did not make it to that registry, even though they met all the legal criteria. And of course, lots of corruption there. I'm not going to enter into too many details, but anyway, in 1924, as a result of the law that was passed on citizenship, about 3,000 Jewish heads of families and single people lose their Romanian citizenship. So if we are talking about heads of family, you can multiply that, and we are talking about Jews, Orthodox Jews, so you can multiply that figure, the 3,000, by 5 or 6. So, and you can add to that the single people who also, as a result of this law, lost their Romanian citizenship. The next law on citizenship was passed in 1938. And this was the government of Goga and Cuza. So this is the period between the two world wars. That's the last democratic government or democratically elected government in Romania. The elections were held at the end of 1937, and as a result of the election, Goga became prime minister. Lots of extreme anti-Semitic, xenophobic people on the government or in the government at that time, and one of the decrees passed was that on 21st of January 1938, a revision of citizenship was imposed by law. And this was justified by the fact that between the two world wars, lots of Jews were granted Romanian citizenship that were otherwise not entitled to get Romanian citizenship. So on March 9, 1938, in February 1939, the government falls and a royal dictatorship is imposed in Romania. So at that time, in March 9, 1939 rather, and there is an implementation order passed, and the paragraph 4 mentions who counts as Jew in Romania. And it's interesting to compare that piece of legislation with the piece of legislation passed in Hungary, which also defines who is a Jew or who should be regarded as Jew. So the implementation rule of the citizenship law in Romania mentions that all those people should be regarded as Jew who had the Jewish or Israeli religion until or at the time of the unification, which is the 1st of December 1918, or those people who took up Christianity afterwards. So this is the definition of the Jews. And the law mentioned that ex officio, as a public administration procedure, all those Jews or the citizenship of all those Jewish people should be revised. And basically, again, a registry was used in all the townships and cities to verify the citizenship of the Jews, and all those who were doubted to be entitled to get their Romanian citizenship, they had to prove, they had to demonstrate actually that they were entitled or they had been entitled to get the Romanian citizenship. There were lots of deadlines until which these people had to demonstrate the entitlement or their entitlement to Romanian citizenship. But of course there were lots of hindrances, lots of obstacles these people had to face. Simply people, many people were not able to prove or to gather all the documents necessary to demonstrate the entitlement. These deadlines were renewed, and the certification procedure could be dragged even until mid-1940. So what are the consequences of this law, which was passed, as I mentioned, on citizenship in 1938? Those people who were ripped their Romanian citizenship became foreigners. They became foreign nationals with no passport. And in many cases, periodically, these people had to show up at the local police office. Their very existence became uncertain. Their livelihood was endangered. And this was the case of about 20,000 families or heads of families and single people who lost their Romanian citizenship, starting with 1938, 1939, ending up in 1940. So as a result of this law, about 1/3 of the Transylvanian Jews became a foreign national in their own homeland. And I do not have any data on how many of these people, at the time of the second Vienna decision, meaning end of August 1944, what percentage of these people managed to settle their citizenship issue, because this figure of 20,000 stems from statistics issued at the end of 1938. So all authors use this figure. No other data is available. And of course, the broken down figures are also there, listing what are the actual reasons, or what were the actual reasons why these people were ripped their of their Romanian citizenship. Now let's go on with the figures. 1941, after the Vienna decision, 150,000, somewhat over 150,000 Jewish people returned to Hungary, and 164,000, a little bit over 164,000, that is 6.4% of the population of northern Transylvania, was or qualified as Jew. These are the areas, or this is the territory that returned after 1941 to Hungary. And as I mentioned before, these were mainly Orthodox Jews. In the fall of 1940, there was military administration, and civil administration was put back in place in late November that year. This military administration meant that there were 4 anti-Semitic measures. First was the exact topic of citizenship. I'm going to share with you the details, but I'm going to list the other 3 measures. The economic segregation, the Hungarian administration already in place in northern Transylvania. They tried to push out from the economy the Jews, the businesses of the Jews. It's not only segregation, but also creating conditions that make the very operation of those businesses impossible. So this actually started then by the military authorities.
So they deprived their permits for carrying out certain industrial activities, and they make priorities, and the consequence of which is going to be is that if they think that any of them were pro-Romanians, were not given permits for conducting their industrial activities. The second was the forced labor. So this is the fall of 1940. They are separated and they are sent to forced labor camps, and as a next phase they start attacking ownership of they start requiring their assets, and they will start blocking getting access to assets. Now getting back to citizenship, one of the anti-Semitic measures was the citizenship-related decisions. Here I must refer to Article 26 that was ratified on the 26th of August 1941. The law says that all people will be granted Hungarian citizenship who had residence in northern Transylvania prior to 1st of August 1940, plus those who can prove that on the 30th of August 1940 they prior to the 30th of August 1940 they had a residence, legal residence in the area. So here it never mentions the Jewish origin, as a result of which all Jewish people should automatically obtain Hungarian citizenship. And this was a period of vast migration within the country. So there's expulsions from North Transylvania. People come from South Transylvania to northern Transylvania. Hungarian people flee from south to north, and Romanian people from north to south. Now, the view of Hungarian authorities is that Jewish people of Romanian origin must be removed and expelled to Romania. In the 1st of September 1941, there is 3,000 Jewish people in northern Transylvania without having Hungarian citizenship. So these people are not Jewish people from Romania, but people who had lived in northern Transylvania, but during the revision in 1938 they didn't manage to prove their residence. So the point is that even the military administration, they started expelling people, not in great numbers, but clearly show that there's a tendency. From Máramaros-sziget, 70 Jewish people are sent out, and then November comes, 1940, which is significantly more tragical, because from Csíkszereda 79 Jewish people. So the authorities say that their citizenship is not arranged. They want to throw them over to Romania, and here at the border, at the Gyimes-Felsőlök border crossing, the Romanian border guards receive those people who are supposed to be Romanian citizens, but the rest are sent back. And still in November, the rest of the people who are sent back are sent to Körösmező, and they are thrown over the country, the northern border, and they lose their lives later on. And there's some other expulsions later on. So even during the military administration, during the spring of 1941, Nassau, Szatmárnémeti, Rorsád, people are expelled, people not having arranged citizenships. So this is the road to the deportations of Kameniec-Podolski, summer of 1941. What we can estimate is that approximately 2,000 North Transylvanian Jewish people are collected in July 1941, and the majority of these came from Szatmár, Máramaros, Beszterce-Naszód counties, some from Csík, Udvarhely, Maros-Torda. So these people are collected. If we break down the numbers, the majority of them came from Szatmárnémeti and from Szatmár county and from Máramaros county. Geographically, okay, it's not very interesting, but it doesn't show us much information, but it clearly shows that that's the area from where people are deported to Kameniec-Podolski. These are Orthodox Jewish areas, Hasid Orthodox areas. And it's in relationship with the fact that these are the areas where most of the Jews lost their citizenship as a result of the Citizenship Act adopted in 1938. So this was it. Thank you so much for your kind attention. Thank you so much, Attila Guido. The first part, the first session is over, and now you have the chance to ask 3 questions, brief questions, please. I'm looking around. Yes, there is one. Unfortunately, the interpreter cannot hear the question, cannot hear the speaker. The interpreter is very sorry. The interpreter is very sorry. There is no input. The interpreter has no input. Unfortunately, there is no input. So the interpreter has no input. There is someone making a comment, someone from the audience making a comment or asking a question, but the person is not using a microphone, and for this reason the interpreter has no input. We are very sorry. Thank you so much for this very useful remark addition. Any other questions or remarks? May I warn you? Yes, please go ahead. There is no mobile microphone in use, and for this reason the interpreter cannot hear the speaker, unfortunately. Thank you, Tomasz, for the question. Just very briefly, in terms of the People's Tribunal, there were court cases in the masses. There were at least 100 cases that partly touch upon the issue that we currently cover. So there is cases related to northern Transylvania, and actually the verdicts are very, very light. And Guido Favi managed to get around the so they were trying to reduce the severity of these sentences for certain reasons. Whoever could went on a holiday during 1943 and 44, so everyone tried to get rid of this responsibility, and Shimon Falvi was doing the same. Pastoi, however, took some responsibility, but the majority of the officers tried to get around. For example, but the bigger fish, like Toncsányi and others, or Bardosi, yes, this 1941, he was sentenced for various other reasons, but this 1941 series of events was not in the picture. So there were people, even when there was a chance for bringing people to responsibility, it didn't take place. It didn't happen. It never happened. So that's unfortunately. During 1995 and 1996, thousands of pages are lost from the archives, unfortunately. Yes, two brief questions to Attila Guido. Question number one. During my researches, and yeah, really, I was curious. I was interested. I read certain publications of Új Kelet, New East publications in the 30s. Very interesting periodical. Actually, that was at first it was a weekly, but then it became a daily. So, did you read newspapers, Új Kelet, New East? This is number one. Question number one. Number two is that, as I know, after some territories are returned, people in Transylvania would be granted Hungarian citizenship who had Romanian citizenship. Am I right? Is this piece of information correct? As for question number two, perhaps I wasn't clear. The answer is yes. So people who, prior to return the areas, were Romanian citizens, were automatically granted Hungarian citizenship. But some people, Jewish people, had problems proving their Romanian citizenship. As for the daily, the weekly and the daily newspaper Új Kelet, I don't know who read. I didn't read much, but actually who read that daily back in the times of the 30s. It wasn't just, actually it was a Jewish political daily, strongly Zionist, written in Hungarian, but I think not just ethnic Jews, but Hungarian other people also read Új Kelet, New East. Thank you so much. Thank you for the questions and the remarks. I would like to draw your attention to the fact that you will have a Q&A session at the end of part 2 as well. Okay, so the first part is over. We're going to have a short coffee break here in the Wallenberg room at the mezzanine. We are actually in harmony with the agenda, and we are going to resume at 4:30. Thank you so much.
Most. Igen, tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, foglaljanak helyet. Folytatjuk a Holokauszt Emlékközpont és a
Please take your seats. We are going to go on with the second half of our program, this memorial conference on deportation and mass murders. This second half is dedicated to mass murders, to the massacre. You have English interpretation available on site here. The headsets are in the back of the room, and if you're following us online, you can follow us in Hungarian on our Facebook channel, and you can follow this in English on the YouTube channel. Let me introduce our first speaker in the second half of the program, Kinga Froimovic. She is an archivist and a historian, very modest. She's a fellow researcher at the Wiesenthal Institute in Vienna. But I would like to share more information on her. Here in Budapest, she started as an archivist, the Jewish archives. She started her career here, and the Jewish Budapest, a 2-volume publication, has been authored by her, and between 2007 and 2010, Yad Vashem Hungary was led by Kinga, and then she went on with research at the university and finally ended up at the Wiesenthal Institute in Vienna. In relation to her work, I would like just to mention very briefly that she's published many volumes and many papers, just to mention a few. History Torn Apart, Jewish Religion from 1868 to 1950, Világ igazai, True People of the World, co-authored with Judith Molnár, and I've Been a Stranger in a Strange Land, Yad Vashem. That was the volume, Világ igaza, and the English volume, I like it very much. I almost continuously use it. And now the title of her presentation: The Support Office of Hungarian Jews and the Galicia Deportees. Kinga, you have the floor. Hope you can all hear me. The Disney figurines do not reflect my taste, but it's my daughter's taste. She affixed those 5 years ago. The organizers asked me to talk about the Kamensk-Podolsky deportation, or in relation to that deportation, to talk about Subcarpathian Ukraine. But you will find out by the end of my presentation why I am going to stress or talk more about the support office of Hungarian Jews. So it's a compromise, my presentation here, or the Patron's Office of Hungarian Jews. This office had a sub-office in Subcarpathian Ukraine which reported that in many villages the Jews were all deported, they were all taken from their homes. Many of them who had their papers in order. No inventory was made. And only exceptionally some people could pass on the keys to acquaintances. Many of these homes were looted. The survivors from Máramaros-sziget published a book in 1983, which is a very sad testimony of those fates which were hit hard by the deportation. Just a few examples. Brustura, 348 Jews. In July 1941, 33 families were declared stateless and deported to Körösmező. They were all members of the poor part of the community. They then were transported on trucks to Galicia with thousands of other fellow Jews. No one accepted them. Some Hungarian people in labor force helped them with food. And then the Germans transported them to the ghettos, where they shared the fate with the local Jews. The majority were killed by the Germans. Mr. Farkas was one of the victims who jumped into the mass grave even before the execution. He waited until dusk, and then he sneaked back to Budapest and used forged papers to survive the war. Another community, 1941, census showed almost 2,000 Jews. In July 44, the gendarmerie summoned all Jews to the local school, and they were reviewing their papers. As a result of the review, 2/3 of the local Jewish community was declared stateless, and they were transported to a nearby railway station. They were taken by rail to Körösmező and then to Galicia. After their arrival, they spent the night in the Christian cemetery of a neighboring village. Ukrainian militia escorted them to Transnistria. Many died because they could not put up with walking or with the beating applied by the Ukrainian militia. Some people were actually placed in homes of local people. Some managed to survive with the very little food they got, and they were then taken to Jaslovice, where were divided into two groups. One of the groups were taken to Kamens-Podolsky, where they were massacred by the end of August, or at the end of August, and the other group scattered in the region. Some were accepted by the local Jewish community, others were not. Another group of deported people from a different community sneaked back to Hungary and to Felsőapsa in fall 1944, but gendarmerie broke into the local synagogue, and they looked at the papers of the Jews, and they suffered a second deportation to Galicia. No one returned from the second deportation. The top organizations of the Neo-Logan Orthodox Jews were informed about the deportation of the Jewish communities in Máramaros-sziget in 1941. They wrote a letter to Géza Halász, ministerial commissioner, for help. And I quote, "As far as we know, 60% of the local Jewish community from Máramaros-sziget will be deported to Galicia. We just heard that the local authorities already disposed the implementation of the deportation measures. We respectfully request you to prevent this. We do not know whether communities avoided the deportation. What we know is that 2 of the communities which were mentioned in this letter are not in the registry of the census. Újbucskor, Tiszaveresmarton, those are the 2 localities or the 2 settlements with over 100 Jews. Many communities were expelled to Galicia. Kamenets-Podilsky was the place where they mass murdered in fall of 1941. Only remaining family members of 8 families survived the mass murders, and they walked several hundreds of kilometers to return to Hungary. Reman Avram Chaim, the rabbi of Tisza-Karácsonyfalva, was one of the deportees. His family was murdered in Kamenets-Podilsky, but he managed to escape, and he walked back Tiszabesnyő to Hungary, where he was captured again. He was again deported with another group, and after being tortured and blinded, he was shot dead in a forest in Galicia. Another document dated 6 August 1944 from Kozma's office talks about the total extermination of Jewish communities. The assets are not being taken care or looked after, and they are endangered. The local Jewish communities should be in charge of the assets. But of course, where the total community, the entire Jewish community was exterminated, this is not possible. Therefore, I request the local authorities to leave Jewish people older than 60 years, so that these elderly Jewish persons take care of the assets and not the religious community. And where no older Jews remained, then older Jews from the neighboring communities should be placed in charge of these assets left behind after the extermination and deportation and extermination of these Jewish communities. There were very few. Margit Schlachta, for instance, and Bishop László Ravas, who objected the deportation and all the torture against the Jewish communities. And it was only the patron's office of the Hungarian Jews who tried to help. Jewish people were captured, and they were kept deprived of their liberty, along with the refugees and along with local Jews. The patron's office was in charge to help these people, and of course also they tried to provide help and aid to these people in a camp. There were social allowances, and all these were financed by the patron's office. And also all those who were summoned to be auditioned or questioned by the police, the travel fees of those Jews were also paid for by the patron's office. Children who were orphaned were also taken care of the patron's office. And those stateless people could leave some of the communities where they were able to get hold of papers which allowed them to travel. In May 1941, there were nearly 2,000 Jewish people being held, deprived by their liberty by the Hungarian authorities. These special camps were Dömös, elderly people, refugees from Vienna were held there, or Diocesano children's camp, who were educated and taught there. There was a temporary stop of deportations to Galicia in mid-summer of 1941. There were raid groups organized to capture those people who managed to sneak back from Galicia, and they were deported for the second time, all those who were captured. October 1942 is the period of time where a similar scale of deportation procedure was started. Keresztes Fischer was announced by the patron's office, and Keresztes Fischer asked the staff under his supervision to update him. And the report talked about people who were deported at the first attempt and then sneaked back, and then they were deported for the second time. The authorities in Kamenets-Podilsky or in Galicia are shot in the head, dead, by the authorities there. As he found out, he did not want to allow the deportation of the Hungarian Jews. Szymon Favi also attached the list of the 38 Jews. And the list tells a true story of who those people were who managed to sneak back from Galicia. Those were heads of families and single people, refugees from Poland, who thought that Hungary would be a safer place for them. Another important group of deportees was made up of Jews who fled Poland before World War II and were born in Hungary. For instance, there was one person who arrived to Hungary, to the Austro-Hungarian monarchy, at the age of 17. All 4 kids of him were born in Hungary. In spite of all this, he was deported along with his kids and all family members to Galicia. And his 5th child was born in Galicia in deportation. In August 1942, the family managed to escape back to Hungary, but they were captured here the same month, and they were again deported or closed in a camp. Nothing else is known about the fate of the mother. Then again, they were put on a train to Galicia, but thanks to a ministerial order, the train was stopped and they returned to a camp in Hungary. Ministry of Interior, Keresztes Fischer, summoned the staff at the ministry not to deport any more Jews born in Hungary or who fled Poland before World War II to Galicia. The deportations that happened between 1941 and 1942 involved, in the majority of the cases, people who were born in Hungary before 1941. They were deported to Galicia, they were shot dead there, or their lives ended in the ghettos in Poland. And of course, there are lots of terminology issues. Sándor Szakály, 2018, gave an interview in which he tried to clarify a previous interview. And Adam mentioned this dispute between historians Szakály and Karsai. This is what Szakály said back in 2018. In January 2014, I gave an interview to the Hungarian press agency. I told that the important losses were suffered by the Jews in Hungary after Germany invaded Hungary. He also mentioned in his interview, Sakai, that many historians say that the first deportation happened in 1941 to Kamenets-Podolsky, but that was more like a foreign national management procedure, because only those were deported and expelled who did not have Hungarian citizenship. And when Keresztes Fischer found out that many Jews actually had Hungarian papers, had Hungarian citizenship, then the deportation was stopped. And I was then accused that I deny Holocaust, and I talk about deportation as a foreign national management procedure. I did not say that. I only mentioned that those events, then some of them could have been interpreted as foreign national management issues. And of course, I would like to apologize for my words from all those who were hurt by my words. Well, even though it looks like Mr. Sakai still denies that Holocaust occurred. At the same time, in the past Holocaust archives, we have a document sent by the Patron's Office. This is dated September 1st, 1941. And I try to quote now. Marton Hershkovich is the patient from Subcarpathian Ukraine. Please admit him to the hospital. Marton Hershkovich, Agnes Slatina, place of birth, mother's name, Brana Hershkovich. Parents were deported from Galicia. All those people involved obviously called deportation the whole process that occurred in 1941. So, having referenced this source, I would like to request all my colleagues, historians, to call those events what they actually were, deportation to Galicia. Thank you.
Köszönöm szépen az előadást.
Thank you so much for the presentation, and thank you for respecting the time constraints, 20 minutes. As I said, there will be a time slot for Q&A, for comments, remarks. Regarding this presentation or the next presentation. So the next presenter is going to be Alexander Kruglov. He's the associate of the European Institute of Holocaust. He published 16 monographs, out of which 2 I would like to highlight. One is Encyclopedia of Camps and Ghettos from 1943 and 45. It was published in 2012. Another, Holocaust and Territory SSSR, Encyclopedia, published in Moscow in 2009, published by Grosspan. And the title of his presentation is the so-called Jewish action in Kamenets-Podolsky at the end of 1941 in relation to, in reflection with the German and Soviet documents. First and foremost, apologies that I'm speaking Russian, but I think that the interpreting is going to be good, and you will be able to understand everything. if you don't understand something, then you all can have the chance to ask questions. So the title of my presentation is going to this is the Jewish action of Kamenets-Podolsky in reflection with the German and Soviet documents. Well, at first let me talk about the characteristics of this event, of this series of events, because this was a turning point. Before this event, the SS units and the gendarmerie targeted adult male Jews, but Kamenets-Podolsky was the very first event when every Jew, no matter of age or sex, were destroyed. So this was the very first event, and not just local Jews, but deported Jews were murdered. Foreign Jews who were deported from various parts of Hungary. And the last characteristic of the event, this was a kind of a response of Friedrich Enke to Himmler. On the 12th of August 1941, Himmler called Ecker and criticized Ecker for not bringing good numbers in terms of killing Jews. And he instructed Ecker to make a difference. And Ecker understood the message, became active, and the first sign of his elevated activity was in Kamenets-Podolsky. So this was the venue where the greatest, the grandest event of such took place. According to the reports of Ecker, during which the southern troops were informed, he managed to destroy 23,000 Jews in not more than 3 days. This is similar, actually in Babi Yar, in 2 days, in the 29th and 30th of September 1941, approximately 34,000 Jews were murdered. On the 29th, 22,000 people were shot to death, and on the 30th, so the next day, another 12,000 people were shot. So for this reason, Babi Yar has become a symbol of the genocide of the Jews, just like Treblinka or any other places, death camps. So these were the characteristics of the events at Kamenets-Podolsky. Well, destroying all the Jews at Kamenets-Podolsky could be explained by the fact that Himmler demanded Ecker to kill every single Jew. Himmler thought that unless kids are destroyed, the kids would be grown up and they would take revenge later on for their parents. And in order to avoid that, in order to avoid future problems of such, the order was made to kill children as well. And Ecker executed the order, not just in Kamenets-Podolsky under the SS units and the gendarmerie, but in various cities and towns throughout Ukraine. And when in November the 1st, and Ecker went to the Baltic states, actually in Riga and elsewhere, he did the same. So this is what I wanted to cover before turning to the main part of my presentation. Please open the Eckel file and please show the photographs there that you can find there. These are photographs made from 34 to 46. So you can show the rest of the photographs. This is Eckel himself. In May 1945, he was captured by the Soviets. He was put in front of a Soviet tribunal, and on the 2nd of February he was sentenced to death. He was hung, and actually the sentence was executed the next day. And that was actually the birthday of Eckel. He was supposed to celebrate his 51st birthday on the day when he was hung. So actually Eckel received what he deserved for the action in Kameniec-Podolsky. And now let's take a look at the main parts of my presentations. The German documents about the Kameniec-Podolsky actions can be divided into two groups. One group is the group of documents that covers the war period, so June to August 41, and the other group of documents shows the post-war periods, the investigations regarding what kind of German units participated in the Kameniec-Podolsky events. As for the first part of documents, so June or July to August 1941, first was made on the 28th of July 1941. This is a report from one of the units, and this document is where the term Jewish, Hungarian Jews is used. And it says that in the Hungarian camps, so that the Ukrainian citizens, the Ukrainian people are worried, and these Jewish people should be sent back, and please give us the appropriate instructions. When the commander of the southern troops was given this report, then he contacted the Hungarian officer, and the officer gave the following explanation. Again, quote, this is about Jews who are not Hungarian citizens and who 2 years ago fled to the northeastern part of the country, and then they returned. So practically the Hungarian officer gave this piece of information to the commander. The next document, which represents the same period, June, July to August 1941, is the report from Commander Josef Meyer. It was the commander of Division Unit 441. And this report says that many Jews came, and feeding is a problem, and actually another difficulty is that they may be ill, and the request is that the Hungarian Jews should be returned from Kameniec-Podolsky to Hungary. And this request was repeated later on the 13th of August, and again, I quote, every Jew was given the order, the instruction, to leave Kameniec-Podolsky, the new part of Kameniec-Podolsky, and move to the old part of Kameniec-Podolsky, where the ghetto is going to be established. Only 50 kilos of belongings may be taken by themselves, and the Ukrainian citizens are worried. They said that in the old part of the city there's already 3,000 people, Hungarian Jews, deported there, and we demanded instructions, but we were never given instructions what to do with them. Feeding is a problem, feeding is a burden for the city, so says the document. The next document, again a German document, is practically a minutes from the commander of Continental Forces. And it says that one part of Ukraine is going to be handed over to Ukrainian public administration, and the Hungarian Jews at Kameniec-Podolsky are going to be affected. Quote, to Kameniec-Podolsky there's approximately 11,000 Hungarian Jews were sent to Kameniec-Podolsky, and up to date we haven't managed to come to a compromise with regards to what to do with them. They should be sent back. Ekel Obergruppen were expecting for the liquidation of these Jews to be completed until the 1st of September. And unfortunately, it did take place, it did happen by the deadline. So there's 4 reports sent by Ekel, and he mentions this action in all 4 documents. The first report was made on the 27th of August. He says that the Sonder action was made by police forces, unit number 320, and 4,200 Jews were shot to death. So this is the report made from the previous day, 26th of August. Report number 2, this is a radio message released on the 28th of August about the activities of Ekan from the previous day, 27th of August. And this radio message says that this battalion continues its job, its action, and the result is that an additional 5,000 people, Jewish people, were shot to death. Report number 3 was made on the 29th, again about the previous day, reports on the previous day, and here it says that this unit completed the action, and the result, they managed to kill an additional 7,000 Jews. So all in all, totally, they destroyed 20,000 people. And there's some corrections in the report, for example, like this police battalion 320, there's another unit term used. Instead of 5,000, 11,000 is reported, and there's another correction according to which this group of people, group of Jewish people, was just closed up by the battalion, not liquidated. There's another edition where it says that the number of people killed by this unit, the final number was 23,600. As for the post-war documents, these are German investigative documents. So these documents were made by investigative bodies. So they are trying to look at what this unit number 320, Battalion, Police Battalion 320 made exactly. They were responsible not only for the closing up and the liquidation of these Jewish people, but actually they were the executors themselves. As for the unit of Ekel, that unit was a guard for him, 5 people, and some reserves, a group of 35 people. So Ekel called them the unit of his headquarters, and they participated directly in the execution, the liquidation of Jewish people, not only in Kamanyec-Podolsky but elsewhere as well. Germany was investigating in these issues after the war, and some deeds were uncovered, but they were not brought to justice because the prosecutors said that they were just following orders. So they didn't want to do this. They were given instructions to kill. That was the reasoning, that was the excuse. And if they do not execute the order, then they would be killed. They themselves would be killed. So this was the very reason why the German prosecutor's office closed these files. In the case of those people, all people who participated, the Kamanyec-Podolsky, actually many admitted that they themselves killed Jews, hundreds of Jews, thousands of Jews, they said, they reported. German people reported about themselves. But the German prosecutor's office said that they were just following orders. They were given orders, and for this reason they couldn't be held responsible. And for this reason, in Germany, no one was held responsible for this. No one was brought to justice. No one was brought to court. So practically, the investigation just ended as such. In the Soviet Union, some gendarmerie people were arrested, and although the Ukrainian police only guarded the Jewish people to their site where they were executed, they did not participate directly in the execution of these Jewish people. Still, these police people were found, they were brought to justice, and they were sentenced to 25 years to death sentence. As for the Soviet documents, just allow me another few minutes, please. So the Soviet documents, these are mainly testimonies of witnesses, testimonies of people who lived in Kamanyec-Podolsky at the time, and they saw what happened there. And on the basis of their testimonies, a report was made by the investigative bodies, and at the end of August, and they came to the conclusion that 7,000 Hungarian and 12,000 local Jewish people were shot to death. So this is what the Soviet documents say. And yes, it must be said, it must be emphasized that Hungarian Jewish people were killed not only in Kamanyec-Podolsky but also in Stanislavski, where another 6,000 to 7,000 people were killed. Unfortunately, my time is up, so here I must stop. Thank you so much for your attention.
Спасибо, профессор Круглов. A következő előadónk Jakab Attila, aki a Holokauszt Emlékközpont.
Thank you very much for this presentation. Our next speaker is Attila Jakab, historian. Mark is the university in Strasbourg that he graduated from. Old Christianity is one of his research areas, the development of the Christian identity, anti-Judaism, religion, and anti-Semitism in the Horthy era. These are just some of his research areas. He is author of several articles, papers, and books. I would just like to highlight one of his books, Vergődésekben, Struggling. That's one of his volumes, published in 2009. Small minority churches during the transition period. And Tango Hungarians, where have you come from? Where are you heading to? This is about the role of the Catholic Church in helping these minority Magyars in eastern Romania. They serve the security and safety of the country. Under publication, Hungary and Christian Country, Christian Religious Groups and Anti-Semitism in the Horthy Era. And now the title of his presentation today is Deportations to Körösmező and the echo of the mass murders in the press of that time. Ladies and gentlemen, honored audience, the Kamenets-Podolsky mass murder is a preliminary event of the Holocaust in Hungary in 1944, because the so-called poisoning of the wells had been going on for quite a while at that time, 1941, and of course the press had a very important, or played a very important role in that. Now the big question is what the Hungarian elite did actually know about what happened then, and how the press reflected those events. I researched the press. I focus on two Subcarpathian newspapers. You can see down below the two Subcarpathian ones, and the one from Kolozsvár, currently Romania, on the top. And the information published in these newspapers actually complete one another, or confirm each other. And absolutely astonishingly, these newspapers, along with others, do not reflect any of the events from July, August 1941. The atmosphere was very much in favor of the deportation back in Hungary, which started when northern Yugoslavia, or Serbia, returned, the area populated by Hungarians returned to Hungary, and from there Serbians were deported to give home to those settlers from eastern Moldova, Hungarians who, as per the agreement with Romania, were to be resettled to that part of Serbia. And we know that in summer 1940, the military operation started against Russia, and Hungary joined that military, those military operations, and this set the ground for the new wave of deportation. It was already mentioned, the approval of the Council of Ministers back in July 1941. Kozma, ministerial commissioner, had the motion, and in the first half of July, actually that year, the preparation for the deportation started, and the preliminary measures had already been taken. The press of that year already started informing the readers that in Romania there's a clear message that this, or is getting clearer, the message that the Soviets are sending paratroopers and spies to Romania to contact the Jews in Romania to prepare military operations there. So these paratroopers and agents, according to the Hungarian press, were clearly to cooperate with the Jews in Romania, to get in contact with the Jews in Romania, and also they set the ground for suspicions, for rumors that the Jewish population in Hungary will also be part of this Judeo-Bolshevik conspiracy. Because probably, that was the argument, because probably the Soviets are planning a similar action in Hungary. And then, of course, the Jews in Hungary would support the Soviet agents. And one of the local leaders in the Subcarpathian Ukraine published a notice stating that the Jews from Máramaros, from that area, can go back to Galicia. And basically, if we analyze the text, that top local leader included all the Jews, around 10,000, and he wanted to deport them or to resettle them to Galicia, all of the Jews, because he told them that they would be able to restart or to start a new life. This is what the new life would have looked in reality. In contrast, by July 8, 1941, actually there was a formal deportation plan with clearly set out tasks and clearly elaborated documents. So this deportation, this expulsion would have included, and actually did include, all Jews, not only those ones who did not have a citizenship or Hungarian citizenship. And the Kolozsvár newspaper, analyzed by me, also referenced this notice or this announcement by the top local officer, and several other papers in other regions had taken over this announcement, this news. Even Pesti Újság, the Budapest newspaper, took over this news on the announcement that the Jews would be allowed to restart a new life or to start a new life after deportation to Galicia. So what I'm saying is that even before the actual deportation, there was a preparation or setting the ground for what was to follow after, creating the spirit among the communities. In the July 22nd, 1941 issue of one of the newspapers, we can see here as a fact that 252 Jews from Galicia were expelled from Ungvár, Uzhgorod, and basically they are deported to the areas which were occupied by the Hungarian military in Soviet Union. July 14, 1941 issue of the Kolozsvár newspaper printed an article about the situation in Nagyvárad with similar content. So these newspapers researched by me all show that these raids, these preparations for deportation were actually happening in Subcarpathian Ukraine, northern Transylvania. Later on, one of the newspapers in Subcarpathian Ukraine published an article on the first Jewish groups who were transported over the border to get to the Soviet Union, where they will be provided a job. So basically, the article suggested that a new life is promised and is provided for these Jews. A new way of life, a new livelihood would await them there, which of course was not the case. On August 4, 1941, the other newspaper from Subcarpathian Ukraine published the news that from one of the local authorities in the region, the foreigners are removed from the offices, and also the definition of who the foreigner was and what actually the procedure meant was clarified. And this expulsion meant deportation, as a matter of fact, and the newspaper wrote about 12,000 people affected by this measure. And also the newspaper made it very clear that this is a nationwide measure directed against the Jews. And of course, the author mentioned that the Jews had to be expulsed or had to be deported because the Jews did not try to get assimilated. But the author, the journalist, forget to mention that these areas were not part of Hungary, so the Jews there were not simply able to assimilate to the majority population, but at the same time these Jews, many of them with Hungarian language or with Hungarian identity, contributed very much to the survival of the Hungarian language and culture under a different non-Hungarian state at those historic times. Mihály Borcsa's newspaper on 3rd of August 1941 published an article on raids which were meant to capture Jews from Galicia and to remove them from the country. And another newspaper issued on 22nd July 1941 confirmed that and suggested that this is not going on only in Subcarpathian Ukraine or in northern Transylvania, but also in the center of the country, in and around Budapest. In some parts of Budapest, but raids also happened in Nagykároly, in western Romania today. And one of the Hungarian language newspapers in Kolozsvár, there's an article which mentions by the name 2 Jews from Galicia who were deported with their families from Kolozsvár. Also, the newspapers at that time published articles on how the rabbi from Nagykároly managed to escape, and of course the police issued a warrant, an arrest warrant on his name. Later on, 10 of August, another newspaper talks about people escaping from Ungvár and Munkács-Uzsgorod and Mukachevo in the neighboring village to avoid deportation and expulsion. And it's very interesting to read and to see that as a result of the deportation, actually the homes left behind by the Jews started to be looting by the villagers, and due to the newspapers we know by the name 2 homeowners whose one commerciant whose homes were looted after the deportation. Another unexpected consequence of these deportations was, as reflected by the newspapers, is that, of course, the Jews did not pay their debts to the credit institutions, which means that the expelled and deported Jews actually had a livelihood, were well-to-do in Subcarpathian Ukraine and in western northern Transylvania. These Jews were absolutely part of the social and economic life of those communities, and their forced and very rapid removal basically created chaos and created problems in the local social and economic life. And there is another article I would like to mention here. 11 August is the date of the issue. Subcarpathian newspaper clearly showing what I have already told you, and it's that it was not only the Jews who did not have citizenship, but every Jew was captured, collected, who qualified as a Jew or who was thought to be a Jew. So all these people were collected. I try to quote, all Jews from Hasfalva were collected, put in wagons, and then deported to Körösmező, and then let them back home, to return home, meaning to return to Galicia. And only 3 people were held back and were not deported further on, because, as I was mentioned before, the Minister of Interior stopped the deportations later that month. And this also got into the news. 12 August is the issue of the newspaper, which talks about expelled Jews who were returned back to their homes, to Hungary from the border. So it's not only the fact of deportation and expulsion that's reflected, or that are reflected in the newspapers, but it's also a very fine imprint of how the staff of the public administration acts and thinks about the deportation. So when the minister stops the deportation, that is also for a fact published in the newspaper. And as you can see, there is 250 kilometers from these Jewish communities to Körösmező. Partly trucks, partly trains were used for the deportation. And then, of course, these Jews were forced to walk the rest of the distance. And if we take into account the chronology of the events, I think we need to demolish a myth. Margit Schlachta did not have any role in stopping the deportation whatsoever, because she probably by the end of July, early August, did go to Körösmező, but on 13 August, when she wrote a letter to Madame Horthy, requesting an audience and giving details of what's happening in Körösmező and what the Hungarian authorities do to Jews, she told that the deportations are very fervent and thousands of people are still deported. So this talks clearly about the fact that while Margit Schlachta wrote that letter, the deportations on that date, 13th of August, in that letter they sent to Miklos Horthy, she talks about deportation and not foreign national management issue. So I think this clears the terminology issue which was referenced here before. So stopping the deportation, of course, didn't mean that everything ended, came to an end. It's very interesting, one of the newspapers in Kiskunfélegyháza, dated 10 August, which reported that the Jews from Galicia are deported, and I'm going to read that out because it reflects very nicely the atmosphere back then. The Christian community welcomes happily the authorities' measure which will have the end result of getting rid of these very much unliked people from Galicia. In our next issue, we will also publish a list of those names. Obviously, they did not publish the list because the deportation procedure was stopped, but the newspaper from Szentes, for instance, still published an article on the Jewish scrutiny or review of their documents. So, and of course the scrutiny of these people, so there were backlogs here and there, so not everywhere at the same time the information or the measures of stopping the deportation were implemented. And what happened in those areas which were occupied by the Hungarian military, of course, discrimination was in place there, and the Jews were forced to use the David star and also the white band, armband, and of course, the discrimination was in place between the Jews and the non-Jews, and this is how they probably looked, the Jews with the stars and with the armbands.
So the question arises whether so that the German army occupied part of Ukraine up to the river Dniester, and Hungarian authorities ordered the Jewish people to wear armbands and stars, so the German army didn't have to work very hard finding the people they wanted to find. As for the stopping of the deportations, although the deportation was stopped, Jewish people were pretty much in fear when the deportation would be restarted. In one of the articles from the 10th of September, it's about a Jewish person, he was 48, who hung himself because he was scared. He lived in Ungvar, Ukraine, and he was scared that he would be deported and killed. So they were in constant fear. And it was not ungrounded, because when the deportation was stopped on the 19th of August, riots came about in the upcoming days, during which Jewish people not having Hungarian citizenships were to be collected. As for the very fact of the mass murder, the articles that I reviewed from the period, and really just a fraction of the articles that were published, not a single one reported on the mass murder. Actually, this drawing shows a riot. This drawing clearly shows that people playing with cards and Jewish refugees were put under one, were put into the same group. This was a Subcarpathian, this was actually a South American newspaper reporting about the deportation itself and about the massacre that took place in Kamenets-Podolsky. Here, actually, the very title says deportation, because the expelled transported Jewish people. As the newspaper, South American newspaper, puts it, in 2 months, 18,000 Jewish people were deported to Ukraine. So back at the time, the term deportation clearly indicated what exactly happened to these Jewish people. So what can we say about the terms used by the journalists at the time? Relocation, immigration check, public administration procedure, riot, putting across the border, removal, etc., etc. These were the terms used. But not a single article used the term deportation. In summary, what I can tell you, what I can give you, is that basically, to me, it's pretty obvious, even after reviewing, carefully reviewing the newspapers, there is many pieces of information that are hidden in these articles, that and these pieces of information are very useful, because in terms of the 1941 deportations, there's lots of facts, lots of figures, and actually names of victims are reported in these articles, of those who were deported to Galicia, who most likely lost their lives, either in the mass grave of Kameniec-Podolski or elsewhere. They became victims of other atrocities, or simple as that, due to illnesses, due to the sufferings, they died. Simple as that. So, in the light of all these, I think that the careful revision of the articles of the time would give us valuable information about not just the Kameniec-Podolski massacre, but what I have found about the building of ghettos, additional ghettos of the time. So if we could be more methodical in reviewing the articles, journals of the time, then perhaps we could reveal some additional names of the deported Jewish people. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you, Attila Jakab, for the presentation. Next, Linda Németh, historian of the Holocaust Memorial Center. She graduated from Gáspár Károlyi University since 2017. She has been making her PhD, and the title of her presentation is The Opportunities of the Deported Jewish People for Returning to Hungary. Thank you. It is not an easy task to be the very last presenter. I'm trying to make it as brief as possible, even shorter than planned. I would like to go a bit personal here, as it has been mentioned previously, and as it was typical in terms of the previous presentation. So I remember when the term, actually this word or term Kameniec-Podolski, I heard the first time. It was at the university. It was a seminar, literature-related seminar. Andor Kellér made a novel about Dezső Szomor, and I remember this was the very occasion when I came across the term Kameniec-Podolski, and the author referred to this event as the Little Holocaust. And when Szomori had to accept the fact that he would be deported, then he said, Kameniec-Podolsky, okay, so be it. Is it a nice town? So this was his reaction. And actually, it is a nice town. And this was my very first piece of memory about Kameniec-Podolsky. And another piece of work, Unburied People. This is actually a collection of documents that was published back in 2017, and Adam Sirtes had a movie. He also in the movie Kameniec-Podolsky was mentioned, and actually in my PhD I'm trying to cover the very subject matter of the visualization of the Holocaust. Deportations, and this chapter of the deportations are not communicated often in the literature. The most detailed, the most details are shared in these documents that I just previously mentioned. So I relied heavily on these sources, and I tried to find contemporary memoirs, documents, reports. I was trying to use quotes. I put quotes on my slides. I think it's pretty obvious, as the previous presenters covered. Whoever wanted, whoever could, tried to return. Deported people tried to return, and they needed luck, they needed money, and they needed physical abilities. So whoever knows, who knows which of these three they were in possession. I think what the Hungarian authorities tried was to block them, to stop them, to prevent them from sneaking back in, as the contemporary term was used. Really, they did their best to stop the Jewish people to return to their homeland, and they looked. And actually what they did, they considered was just that they were trying to return people back to their homelands. Many of the Jewish people found it obsolete to prove their origin, because it was pretty obvious for them that they were of Hungarian citizenship. And obviously they could have proved their Hungarian citizenship, but they were not in the position to do that. Samu Stern was mentioned. He was the chair of the National Office of Hungarian Israelites, and he often communicated that the Hungarian authorities intentionally slowed down certain processes and procedures, and he requested the authorities, the representatives of public administration, to do their best in order to make a difference. According to a report made by this organization, it said that 4,000 applications were handed in. This figure is very significant. At the same time, it clearly shows how deceiving the practice of the Hungarian Ministry of Interior was, because they did all they could to stop these Jewish people to return. Another piece of information that speaks for itself. more than 10,000 cases, only 170 people having Hungarian citizenship were deported. Actually, the fact that the deported people tried to return was kind of unexpected by the public authorities. They did all they could to put them over the Dniester river. As for the occupied area and the handover of the occupied area, there were negotiations about that since May. The area was under German occupation, and on the 15th of July things expedited and the deportations came one after the other, and more than 10,000 people were deported to the occupied areas. And practically one reaction or this event was a confidential report from the Ministry of Interior, according to which only people of Polish and Czech origin were to be deported. A representative of the KEOK didn't know about this confidential message on the 1st of August, and actually the deportation went on with full throttle. So the request came that the Körösmező border land should be strengthened, fortified, and the reaction came from the Ministry of Interior, according to which this is not just a law enforcement issue, but a public administration issue as well.
The first part of this was a task for the military public administration in the area to restrict the movement of the Jewish population, and also it was mentioned that in the Subcarpathian region the border control is not enough because of the terrain, which was helping people to hide. And of course it was also mentioned that the deportees are exposed to life threat, and their lives would be in danger, and probably this is one of the reasons why the deportation was eventually stopped altogether. This notification was sent to all the local authorities, and the first sentence is that the deportation of Jews is stopped immediately altogether towards Poland. But in the remaining part of the text there is an exception. Jews of Polish and Russian origin are exempted from this stopping of deportation. But many of the local authorities did not care much about this notification of stopping the deportation, because in the next days of August, in several cities and towns and villages, the deportation is continue. Several even state that they don't even care about the stopping of the deportation. The reinforcement or the strengthening of the border control is requested because the letter mentions that many Jews would return back to Hungary because the border river is not under the control of the Hungarian military any longer. And of course the authority ponders, some of the members of the authority ponder on receiving back or accepting back the returning Jews. trucks are transporting back Jews to Hungarian concentration camps, but these Jews have to return, and it is requested that clear indication and clear instructions are given. And on September 2nd, Council of Ministers meeting, Kozma is auditioned, and again this issue is brought up. And it's very interesting that there is no report or minutes of it's only a notice or a memo on this Council of Ministers, but Kozma makes a note, 11 points there. One of the 11th is this one here: Jewish case 13,400 errors and mitigation. Now we should be doing a little bit of thinking of what error here means. Probably it was a very bloody military operation when trucks were used to transport back Jews, and the military shot fires on those trucks and killed many people. On September 13th, Kozma writes a letter to Bardosi stating that we need to have a deterrent example to stop the leaking back of Jews to Hungary. So this clearly talks about the expectations or the thought that many Jews would return from those areas to which they had been deported previously. And probably they received authorization from the Ukrainian authorities to return to Hungary. A Carpathian Group commandment issued a command on July 28th stating that only on written permission the passing over the border is allowed, and if this is not obeyed, then the police should escort back the persons attempting to cross the border to the next police station on the territory of the Soviet Union. And Kozma talks about leaking back. This is the word used in the press and also in the public administration documents. So it's German military trucks that are used to transport back these Jews to Hungary. And of course, it is also mentioned that they are Hungarian citizens, and this is a decision that's taken by the authorities there, that as Hungarian citizens they do not have to do anything there. So the Hungarian authorities are instructed to check not only the German but also the Hungarian trucks so that these people are not smuggled back to Hungary. And one of the solutions, as it is mentioned there, is to have a Jewish-free zone about 35 to 40 kilometers in the border area to have perfect control over the leaking back of these people into Hungary. And of course, this could not be the case at all because many people were planning to return to Hungary, and many requests were addressed to the Hungarian authorities to accept back the Jews, people and their families. But of course the ministry rejected this idea. The ministry said, well, there's only way to get these people back, to accept back them to Hungary via the German government. At least this is what's reflected in the publicly available documents, but probably this was also just a thing to buy time. And they also mentioned, as it was said here many times before, that the expelled people are not Hungarian nationals, are not Hungarian citizens, but foreign nationals or foreign citizens. And those Jews, even though they got hold of their Hungarian papers, were still expelled. and Kozma mentions that the Jews should address these requests to him, and he would then collect all these requests and forward them to the line ministry. And I think this was also again a measure or a thing used by Kozma just to buy time and to make the process of obtaining the proper documents even lengthier. And also there's another instruction to hold back those people who would like to return, because that would be a hindrance to the success of the deportation. And it's also mentioned that 18,000 Jewish people have already or had already been at that time deported to Galicia, and only 2,000 of those requested their return to Hungary on the grounds of being Hungarian citizens. Miklos Kozma in the second half of September complains about the police and about the gendarmerie, stating that it is the consequence of their procedure that after several days of hiding, these Jews try at another section of the border region to cross the border towards Hungary. And of course, because of the terrain, because of the mountains there is an early winter, which creates very harsh conditions for these people, and many of them lose their lives in their attempt to cross the border back to Hungary. And the Chief of Staff is requested to strengthen the border control. This is always back and forth between the military and the Ministry of Interior. One is requesting reinforcement of the border control, the other authority stating that that had already been done and there's nothing else to be done there. And some people even requested to have even harsher measures adopted in order to prevent Jewish citizens, Jewish people, Hungarian citizens, to return to Hungary. And many articles were published stating that even under these conditions, the Hungarian Jews have the best fate among all Jewish communities in Europe. And of course, the attempt to return to Hungary was a contempt of the Hungarian state, and it's ruining the public atmosphere, or the in general the public opinions, the public's opinion on how the state works. So harsher decisions should be in place. This was requested, and also not only the people, Jews, attempting the return should be punished, should be sanctioned, but also those people who help the Jews attempting the return should be severely sanctioned. And the Prime Minister at that time, of course, criticized the situation, and that was one of the reasons why even more rules were adopted in order to make the conditions even harder for the Jews to return to Hungary. And in parallel, diplomatic talks were initiated with the Germans, requesting the Germans to intervene to prevent the return of Hungarian Jews to Hungary. But the German authorities in Galicia did not do much, and Döme Stolyai, who commissioned one of his staff to start the negotiations with the German Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and they had a long talk back and forth between the Hungarian and the German diplomat, and they were pointing fingers at each other who made which mistakes. And finally, the German counselor reassures Holland Stolyai Döme's special envoy that the Germans would make every effort in order to stop Jews going back or returning to Hungary. And eventually they agree that even if Jews make it from Galicia to Hungary, they cannot be left free in Hungary. They should be placed in concentration or internation camps in Hungary. And actually several thousands of Jews had an unsuccessful attempt to return to Hungary and were massacred. So as a conclusion, the Hungarian state not only was passive, but actually it was very active in preventing the return of their own citizens to their homeland. Whose error was that? Well, that's a very difficult question, and probably you realize from my presentation that it was always getting back and forth between, you know, or among the authorities, so no one really took responsibility for that. So sorry for not showing you all my slides with the quotes, but I hope that I managed to pass my message. Definitely there is a lot to research and to study in this topic. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Linda, for your presentation. We are a little bit behind our schedule, but I think we still have some time left for some questions or comments, if there are any. Yes, please go ahead. You mentioned Nándor Batisfalvi. He was the envoy of Kiak in Körösmező camp. And now the question is whether those Jews there were Hungarian nationals or they were foreign nationals. As far as I know, the military was in charge of the deportation, of the transportation, and Batisfalvi had to review each case to see whether the Jews that arrived there were Hungarian nationals or citizens or not. And as far as I know, Batisfalvi sent back many Jews who proved to be Hungarian nationals, but other sources say that it was not up to Batisfalvi to decide whether those were Hungarian nationals or not, but it was the military who actually decided whether some Jews could or others could not be sent back because of not being Hungarian citizens. All right, thank you for the question. Maybe I have not used the right words, or I did not, I wasn't clear enough. And indeed, yes, if you want to look for someone who, if you want to identify someone who was in charge of this, definitely he is one of the persons there. Maybe he did not have time, you know, to review each and every case, but definitely he looked at the majority of the cases, and he was in charge of deciding who should stay and who can be returned. All right, next question. Thank you for all the presentations. Very interesting, thought-provoking presentations, and thank you very much for the presentation on Ukraine. It was very important to have a Ukrainian language presentation on the events that unfolded there. Now my question is there a list with all these people, or can we expect that such a list would be compiled and published eventually? A list of victims. Well, not that I am aware of. No, there is no such list. I do not know whether such list exists or not. No, there is no such list. No such list on this deportation and mass murders, and no other lists on other horrible events, lists of victims. And the deportation Of course, the Kiok had their registries, had their lists, but those were destroyed, so we don't have them. So there is no such list, and there will be no such list. All right, thank you. No, I'm not aware of the existence of any such list. We do not know by the name those people who were deported to Galicia. So it was a surprise to me to see some of the names. And when I read through those articles and saw the names, I was just surprised to see that there were Jews deported with wife, with 2 kids, with 7 kids. One of the deportees, I did not highlight it in my presentation because of lack of time, but 1892 was the year when that Jewish person settled in Hungary, and eventually he was deported in 1941. Actually, he was born in Russia, and he had a wife, a tailor lady, and he was deported after had lived since 1892 in Hungary. He was deported to Galicia with the wife and the 3 daughters. So definitely the wife, a non-Jew wife, was deported because of the Jewish husband. And there is another diary which reports on Jewish deportation, where the wife and the daughter had not been under the scope of the deportation, but all 3 actually were deported to Galicia. So I'm just suspecting that these ladies, the daughters definitely, were born in Hungary, for sure, 100%. They were Hungarian nationals. But the Hungarian authorities did not make much fuss about the whole thing. They said, okay, this is the whole family, and they should all be deported. So it was the police, the gendarmerie, the public administration staff in July, August 1941. It was a very, very nicely clockwork mechanism, machinery that operated perfectly back then, and it operated perfectly in 1944. Will there be such a list? Well, if we'll have 100 years ahead of us and several dozens of historians only focusing on compiling such a list, well, I think it would be almost a mission impossible to put together such a list. Oral history, archives, scanning all the newspapers from that time, going back to the birth registry of those townships, cities, looking for names. I think, well, this is a qualified case of mission impossible. I mean, at least do not have any hopes that this time next year we will have the list, such a list. Well, I have myself seen some lists in some publications, but those are only fragments, I think. I just have one comment and one question. Kinga, I think, mentioned at the end of her presentation the dispute, that terminology dispute. Of course, this debate or dispute has a long history. It goes back to more than 10 years. And I think Kinga Frölovic was one of the participants in the debate, in the heated debate, and she published several articles on this topic. And I'm just thinking that, 10 years passed since the time when this debate was first started. Is there any sense going on with this? Because one of the parties is adamant about their declaration they made more than 10 years ago. So is it worthwhile still keeping this debate? on the table, knowing that one of the parties are very adamant about their opinion, on the one hand. And on the other hand, if we continue with this debate, I think at least that we are giving chance to people who tend to make very extreme comments on the very first Hungarian deportation of Jews. So I think we may make legit this debate or the extreme opinions if we go on with this debate. Maybe this is a question, it's not only a comment. Go ahead, please. I'll try to be brief. Yes, the original debate was started by us. But the essence was, the key was not the foreign nationals administration or management procedure, the term that was used instead of deportation. I don't have a clear answer on whether it's worthwhile continuing with this debate, because this is a very stubborn counterpart in this debate, that's clear. What I said today is important and was important for me because I found the source I quoted here related to a different research. When I, researched, how people were transported from a community to a hospital, and so I found this source. And, what I mentioned, that that person who wrote that notice said that I want this kid to be admitted to the hospital to avoid deportation. So that was the word used there. All right. So my problem is that I tried to simplify the whole thing. So the perpetrators are researched by historians, and historians research the documents authored by the perpetrators, by the people who actually did these horrible things, and they are not researching the victims' papers, documents, or sources authored by victims. So if you read both, then you can have the nuances of what actually happened, what the authorities did, right, and what was on their mind, and how the victims also lived through those events, or what they thought, right? If you think of a rape, right, you have the victim relating the whole story in one way, and then you have, the motives, and you have all the thoughts that were in the head of the rapist, right? So I think it's important from this regard to continue with the debate, because it's not us that we think that it was deportation, but it was the victims who thought that they were victims of a deportation. So I'm not the more authentic historian. It's not me who states the truth, the ultimate truth, but it's the victims' words that are used. All right, thank you.
In Mermit's archives, and also in Subcarpathia, there is good lists, especially in the Subcarpathian archives. There are lists in cases where, for example, those corrections and errors are listed and mentioned about the events taken place during the time. So at those institutions, these institutes, you can find good lists, including the names of the deported. As for the names of the victims, the Yad Vashem archives also provide you with great sources. with regards to people originating from Hungary, Romania, and also you may find lists in Washington referring to events and people in Subcarpathia and Hungary. So should there be enough support, sponsorship, resources, then one could put together a complete list. Of course, this would be a very lengthy process, but it is doable, I think. Thank you so much. Thank you, dear all, for all your contributions. I've been involved in the issue for quite some time. Still, I made notes because I heard new things. It's not me who's going to close up, but the director, Tamás Kovács, director, please close the conference. Thank you so much. Thank you. Well, first and foremost, dear audience, dear participants, online and offline, thank you so much for your endurance. We've been over a long afternoon. Professor Ludov, thank you so much for coming to us. It's not easy to make it from Ukraine to Budapest. Dear presenters, dear speakers, thank you so much for all your efforts put into your speeches, presentations. Thank you for the questions. I think I've got 2 or 3 main lessons that I've drawn from today's events. Actually, number one is the Kamec-Ponyolszky event is become a milestone of Hungarian history, and it's it's become less white, I think. Number one. Number two, and let me refer to Linda's presentation, for example, that yes, the word deportation was used, and KEOK was deeply involved in the event, in the series of events that took place in the occupied areas in Ukraine during the summer of 1941. So what I trust, 2 things I trust. One is that my colleagues keep up with the good work. Number 2 is that together with Tamás Stark, who is responsible for, who heads the committee of World War II issues at the Hungarian Academy of Sciences, that we continue the cooperation. Feel free to continue the discussion in the Wallenberg room. There is some biscuits, sweets, and some drinks up there, so you're more than welcome to continue. Thank you so much.